Hey, hi everyone. Good morning and welcome to our live show. Hope everyone is doing great, guys. Welcome all. Naveen, welcome once more. Q, Buzz, Saidu, Bridget, Rob, The Scalper, Abhay, Marianne, Cube Gift. Welcome all, guys. Thanks for joining. A little bit of bearish news going on uh, related to war. That is what is causing this downward movement, but we are still around the VWAP. On Nasdaq, we have one small reason to be long against this low 25,020 area. If this is lost, I will cut this trade and reassess whether it will bounce or not. Direct Home Advisor, good morning and welcome.
So according to the FT, White House pushed Pakistan to broker temporary Iran ceasefire. So a bit more info into this article from the Financial Times. The White House pushed the idea of a temporary ceasefire with Iran even as Trump escalated threats against Islamic Republic and claimed it was begging for a deal, according to people familiar with the talks. For weeks, the Trump administration was leaning on Islamabad to convince the Iranians to agree to a pause in fighting where it could reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The people said Pakistan's crucial role as a Muslim-majority neighbor and intermediary was to sell it to Tehran. Iraq raises May Bashar medium crude premium to Asia to $17.30 a barrel. Iraq raises May Basra heavy crude premium to Asia to $15.20 a barrel, and Iraq raises May Kirkuk grade crude premium to Europe to $15.30 a barrel, and Iraq raises May Kirkuk crude premium to Americas to $10.15 a barrel. Qatar Defense Ministry says it was targeted on Wednesday by 7 missiles and drones launched from Iran. So according to Al Jazeera, Pakistani Minister of Planning and Development says Israel started this conflict and has started other conflicts. Kuwait says a number of facilities of Kuwait Petroleum Corporation and Energy Ministry was attacked by Iranian drones on Wednesday. According to Axios, Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire agreement with Iran.
Oh, the Axios has come. They usually come during the session lows with the negative
Kuwait
news.
says these attacks targeted several sites, including power stations, resulting in severe material damage to infrastructure facilities and generation units and fuel tanks.
Nvidia, right? One green candle is needed to fucking like blow past this view app.
Furthermore,
One green
Kuwait
candle.
says fires broke out in some of these sites.
In this war, Axios has really emerged, right, as the biggest manipulator. They fucking come usually during the session lows like that. When the market is selling, this is the point they come with the negative news, usually. And they bring the same news, which is already known. But they pump it during the session lows to get that liquidity grab. I don't know who's the owner there, what is the connection with the trading and the market making firms and others, right? Wall Street Journal and New York Times also equally involved. they are the old dogs. Axios is the new one, recent one.
Traders placed $950 million bet on oil price falling just hours ahead of US-Iran ceasefire.
See, the bets were placed hours before the ceasefire deal. They are all manipulating. Same developing world or developed world, it's same, guys. In the markets, same shit goes on. The ones who control the media, news, and all these narratives, they are the one who benefit from the volatility each time. They know exactly where to place the bet. Okay, let's take a stop here. This is getting nastier.
US stocks extend gains, the S&P 500 up 1.99%. The Nasdaq 100 pairs gains to 2.5% have been up as much as 3.5%.
Yep. Oh my goodness. Master is there. Momentum is strong right now.
Saudi oil pipeline damage said to be limited after drone strike. So Saudi oil loading at Yanbu continue as normal on Wednesday. And furthermore, the Saudi East-West pipeline was not shut down after the strike.
Now time for the positive news. Pipeline are good, no damage done. Just we release one news so that we can grab the liquidity, and now everything is fine. Liquidity
Tesla
is
shares
taken
turned
out.
negative.
Fucking. Good, everything is good. World is good. Good news is there now. We can rally. Fucking insanity. This market and these manipulations they do with this news. Oh, excuse me. RDGD going nuts with his scaling in, scaling out. Members exactly know what I'm doing. Every single level is a reason for add, take profit. You like the music, Nathan? It's not Chinese, it's Japanese. I don't know, they didn't mention on their. You know how those Japanese song names are: Sakura, Nakano, Asagi, Yerigaki, Hazizo. Kanpura in India, yes. Come on, let's not lose this momentum, guys. Let's push this higher into VWAP. Let us not lose this momentum. Oh, it wants to consolidate here. No. Does not want to consolidate. It wants to go high. Yeah, yes. Now, yeah, there is a reason for consolidation. I see.
Seeing here, Secretary Rubio met with NATO's Rutte today and discussed Iran operation. Rubio and Rutte discussed increased coordination with NATO allies.
So are we trying to put a higher low, or this is still coming back down all the way to double bottom and a new low? Well, I am positioned long, so I want a higher low and the VWAP. Moving fast, the volatility, I mean VIX started to spike. It was down more than 21%, I think, at one point. Now it is down only 15%. So VIX has spiked since the open. Okay. Great vibe. You like the music? Finally, I managed to change the music. I have been trying many days now to find a good music playlist which can replace our old 3-year old. We have been using same music for last 3 years.
The US embassy in Baghdad says Iran-backed Iraqi armed groups carried out drone attacks near diplomatic facility and Baghdad airport on Wednesday.
I hope I don't get a copyright strike. We'll know it tonight. Not that I didn't want it to change the music for so long. I tried a couple of times, but you get the copyright strike or takedown request. Then I have to make those stream private or delete. You have to be very careful what music. They say it is copyright free, but in reality it is never copyright free. Music volume is more. I can reduce the volume. Is it good now, Pawan? To be honest, I don't see it as a very high volume. So generally, like here, if I continuously hit this red zone, then it is a high volume. You can see right now music is hardly crossing the green zone. Like if I raise this one, still the music itself is lo-fi, right? See, like I'm talking, my voice is continuously hitting the red. That is a nice volume, right? And don't need to be very loud. Like if I raise full, like this is like loud volume. Oh my god, it's busting your ears. This is good. Like my voice sometimes and should briefly breach that red zone like this. If I raise my voice like that, music yellow zone is fine, I think. Let me know if it is still loud. I can keep it little lower. No, music is needed, guys. It can get really, negative in my mind if there is no music in the background. I cannot sleep without, headphones in my ears. No thoughts. I don't need any thoughts. Okay, yeah, it's good. We are not changing anything. So we are still long here, going for the VWAP.
According to the Wall Street Journal, Israeli Security Cabinet to convene on Wednesday. They had to discuss the Iran ceasefire. More from the Wall Street Journal saying Israel was unhappy about the announcement and wasn't consulted on the terms of the deal.
For first time US is using its own brain. Why it would why would it consult Israel? You are the one from whom they are trying to hide and do the deal. Israel, why I'm not invited? You are the one whom we are trying to get away from both. Oh, you're not seeing this screen. Let me change. You are seeing my level screen. Okay. By the way, this is our weekly expected move upper edge, guys. This is where market is. We are waiting. Now Nvidia finally catching a bid. Naveen, should not be a problem for the long for you now. Nasdaq sitting right at our weekly expected move upper edge. You might think like Nasdaq was up 800 points, 600 points. Yes, just to get to our weekly expected move upper edge. Energy dropping after the war de-escalation hits the lower edge of our expected move. Market rallying hits the upper edge of the expected move on the financial. Nvidia rallying rejects, hits the upper edge of the expected move and rejects. Apple dropping on some news yesterday hits the lower edge of the expected move and bounces up. Tesla was bearish yesterday, hits the lower edge of the expected move, bounces into the midpoint and again rejects and rotates back down. Guys, everything is as per what is already planned. Bets are already placed. I don't know why you, me, and others are analyzing the market. Just go find out. There's data available where the bets are placed, how the market is expected to move on a daily basis, weekly basis.
The issue of continuing the fighting in Lebanon came up during a phone call between Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu last night during Trump's update on the ceasefire with Iran. Netanyahu raised the issue of Lebanon and Trump did not express opposition to continue the fighting against Hezbollah.
Yeah, and if you don't know how to do it, consider becoming member. Click join button. I base my strategy based on the expected range of movement on the weekly, expected range of movement on the daily. Look in the order book past few days, past few weeks, up to 1 year to see where the institution have stepped in and bought the market or sold the market. That is all you need. There's no other thing. At least for me, there's no other indicator is needed. You're just seeing some lines over here, right? These are all my levels. Look at the rejection, guys. Look at the overnight session, London session. This is my master's level. Look at that bounce rejection from each level, even including the morning top. Again, as I mentioned, right? Consolidation at our weekly expected move upper edge. I don't know, guys. Is there anything else needed? Things which drive the market, things which are making the market move, their expected range of movement on the weekly, daily, big money's involvement, their big money's position where they were stuck in a trade where they have position hedging activity kick in. I mean, that is what drives at least the futures market movement. There's no fundamental, right? Like you have in the stocks. Apple has this many iPhones coming out. This is their sale. This is the delivery number on Tesla. For market, this is what you need. Okay, so again some bearishness return in the market. You can see it trying to put a lower high as compared to this. Maybe falls back in the bottom end of this range. You will not let this go that far. If you are breaking the structure, we are going to cut this trade and reassess. But if the structure is maintained here, we are maintaining low, higher low, another higher low, we are good to hold into the VWAP.
According to Axios, a US defense official claimed the strike on the Iranian refinery wasn't conducted by the US or Israel.
So yeah, guys, not over thinking here. Market is steadily climbing higher. Let it go into VWAP. That is our first target, and obviously we have some more target above it. Keeping the sizing small, as there is a room in case it rotates down, breaches some of this low. May not break the structure, but it can dip before it goes back up again. But as long as it is going in the right direction, keeping it on. Yes, VWAP is hit now. Okay. Hit the like button, guys, if you are enjoying the show. Nice trading. We recovered most of our loss from that first trade. We took $2,200 loss down to 300 now. And other accounts along the side have progressed well.
EU's Cannon says Iran crisis has shown need for stronger EU Gulf partnership.
Your real PNL. This is real PNL only. Copy trade, most of them. Yes, I took that $2,000 loss in some of my other accounts also. They have recovered now. There is no perfect trading, Mr. Dan. There are losses along the way. There are blown accounts along the way. But as long as the overall total is green, it's okay. You will lose some, you will win some, you will blow account. But you are making more payouts than you are losing. Math is good in your favor. No, you take most of my trade is 150k account. You cannot swing this big $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 loss in a 50k account. Most of my account are 150k. Only few accounts could be 50k where activation fee is high, like Bullnox, they have higher activation fees. Only those I trade 50k. Or if the account is very expensive to purchase, then I use 50k. Mostly my preferred account size is 150k because it gives you 4,500 drawdown room. You need flexibility. If you are trading holding a bit longer, you need flexibility of little bit of drawdown. Like here in the first trade we took $2,000, $2,200 loss. I still had 2,300 remaining. So with Apex I go for intraday because their daily loss limit is 2,000. With Tradify I don't mind end of the day because their daily loss limit on the growth account is $3,750. So anything which gives you more than $2,000-3,000 room on a daily basis, at least 3,000 I think is what is needed. Because if you have daily loss limit of 2,000, you better trade 50k account. Yes, they have daily loss limit. So with Apex I prefer live trading. So guys, right now there are some awesome deals going on. Hope you checked our Discord. If not, do join in our Discord. I share latest and greatest update there in the deals and coupon section. Day traders 85% off. I got funded with them yesterday. Today I made I think $128 in that account. 50k account funded with them. Tradify has a new software, TradeC, which I think traders are appreciating. 40% off for first 5 purchase, and the 6th purchase is 30% off. Check them out. All code is RDGD. Legends has 50% off. I know in the bottom banner it says 35, but it is 50% off. I need to change that banner. Elite Trader has 90% off. Their, I think, fast track account, if you purchase, their first month activation is free. Like if you get funded in 2 weeks purchasing their fast track account, which is only for $40,
Iran's foreign minister, in a call with
first
Turkish
month activation
counterpart,
is
says
free.
Iran accepted the ceasefire as a basis for complete end of the war.
So you can make the
That's coming from the
payout
foreign
only in
ministry.
$40. So yeah, $40, purchase the account, pass it in 2 weeks, get funded, no activation fees needed, free activations. 1 month you trade, make the payout. Second month onward it is $87 data fees. But it's okay, you have already made a payout in the first month for $40. And obviously Apex 90% off on live trailing, 85% off on end of the day. Billnox is 89% off. So yeah, some amazing deals there guys for Easter.
Iran's foreign minister tells Turkey's counterpart that Tehran agreed to the ceasefire based on its 10-point plan as a basis for talks with the US.
Thanks, I appreciate KB here.
Iran's foreign minister says that if there's a seriousness from the US side, it will be possible to achieve an end to the war and establish lasting stability and security.
Top of the hour, be careful.
Meta debuts first AI model from prized superintelligence group.
Pop or drop moment, either we drop back in this trend or we blow past this and a huge rally happens. Okay, yes is the reason. We might pull back down again. We'll see. Yes is showing sector strength though. Healthcare hitting session highs. Home builder. Yes has sector strength. But that's what we were watching. That's what in the morning. When we took $2,000 loss, we were relying on ES to help us out. ES always disappoints. Yes, there is no activation fees for the fast track accounts. So fast track account, this is their fast track account. When you go to the fast track section, only for $40. They have end of the day evaluation. They also have static. So you start with the static drawdown of 600, I think. And you can see that one time activation fee free for the first month. And then $87 for the second month. But obviously you will make the payout. If you survive 1 month, you will make the payout. So only for $40 you can receive a payout. The catch is 10 days, right? You have to pass it in 10 days, which is 2 weeks. Same, if you don't like static, they have end of the day also. But those are smaller account, 10K account. 2000 is the profit target. And I think your drawdown room, did they mention here? It is generally $600. Or other account, right? Static account $49, which is their live trailing. No, these are static accounts, sorry. They even have
Meta
diamond
shares
hands
quickly
where
spike up 4.8%. Off of the back of that headline, Meta debuts first AI model from prized superintelligence group.
but yeah, activation fee is high, $307, but you can maintain the position over the weekend. That is the good part. You can carry the trade into the weekend, you can carry the trade into the close. It's a diamond hand account they have, and check them out. They have direct funded account as well. Many option, end of the day, live trailing, static trailing. So we are breaking higher. I told you, right? Make or break moment. For top of the hour, they have chosen to break higher. Yeah, Elite Trader Funding. Here's the link one more time in the chat.
Trump just on Truth Social, just talking about the ceasefire agreement. Says numerous agreements list letters are being sent out by people that have absolutely nothing to do with the US. There is only one group of meaningful points that are acceptable to the US, and we will be discussing them behind closed doors. Trump on around says these are the points that are the basis on which we agreed to a ceasefire.
Mm, I, we checked with others. For them, music is okay. It's not very loud. At least as compared to my mic volume, is not very loud. Yeah, we checked. It's not loud. You can see, right? My mic volume is a bit higher as I speak. This is my mic volume, and music volume is comparatively low. I don't know. I can bring it down further lower. But then you may not hear music at all. It was perfect for you. I know. Anytime I make any changes, there is too much of adjustment
Lebanon's
needed.
Hezbollah says Israel's attacks on Lebanon affirm its right for response.
We changed our playlist today to some new Japanese music. Yeah, we have many traders in our community who have received payout from FIDIAS. They are good.
Hezbollah says Israel's attacks on Lebanon will only strengthen the group's determination to resist and confront the enemy. Israel's military says it attacked a Hezbollah commander in Beirut. Iran says that they're preparing heavy response to Israel's attack on Lebanon.
Yeah, we have FOMC minutes. Yeah, FOMC minutes are not that big concern, because if it is actual meeting, then it has more volatility. It's still
Meta
low
shares
priority
now
event.
extending gain to a session high of as much as 6.5%. According to Bahraini state news agency, Bahrain reopens airspace after closure due to developments in the region. According to Iran's Noor News, air defenses have been activated in Tehran, Iran. Iran's president told Pakistan's Prime Minister Sharif that Iran accepted a ceasefire proposal as part of its responsible and powerful approach, according to Iranian media.
Challenge are crazy. People go like absolutely nuts, making profit. They completely ignore risk to rewards. For competition purpose, they go on like crazy. You cannot, people use bots, people use algorithms, many things. Normal trading, you cannot win the competition. I did that last time. I think Tradify had a challenge. I did not trade first 2 days, 3 days, and on the fourth day alone, I was able to come in the top 5%. I went crazy on live stream, punching long shots,
Iran's
just to make
President
PNL.
Pezeshkian told Sharif, the PM Pakistan, that ceasefire in Lebanon is essential condition in the framework of the 10-point agreement with the US.
So starting, I think there were 18,000, 20,000 participant. I reached in the top 5% within one day, just playing PNL, like just going crazy, like punching long shot, making PNL. But that's not good. It affects your normal thinking, trading. It spoils your habit. If you are serious, about those challenges and all. Yeah, for fun you can do it. Like I just decided to have fun one day on live stream. In one day, I reached in the top 5% amongst 18 or 20,000 trader. Financial juice wise, yes, I can increase. Somebody actually can do very well with a competition using our levels. Like the trade I took here, we have levels there. It's scalp zone for us here. You can scalp it, the bottom, the top, everything. If I take every single trade from top, rejection, consolidation,
Microsoft says AI voice
so much money
commands
can be
will
made.
work, according to Semaphore News.
But yeah, it has to be logical, it has to be repeatable. Then you have to wait for confirmation, you have to wait for correlation, you have to wait for setups to take that trade.
Iran's President Pezeshkian condemned ceasefire breaches in the Iranian islands of Levan and Syria on Wednesday morning in call with Pakistan's PM Sharif. Meta shares now extend climb to 8.3%. Again, off of the back of the headline that we had earlier on in the day. And that was Meta debuts first AI model from Prize Superintelligence Group. IRGC, according to state media, says if attack on Lebanon does not end, a regretful response will face the aggressors in the region.
Yeah, YouTube has started that top fans thing. Based on the number of chat messages, you get some ranking.
Netanyahu to give remarks to media at 5:15 GMT. That'll be 1:15 p.m. Eastern Time. Schumer is to force a war powers resolution vote next week.
How many trades do I take today? Depends. If I want, I can take 50 trades also. We have strategy or setups, number of levels, which keeps growing as the week progresses. But yeah, I try to keep maximum 10-12 trades per day. Like today, if you want to summarize today's day, we lost one trade. Participating in this consolidation, we lost that trade. We went long, and since then we have been buying every dip. So one loss. This we got the reversal back. 2 trade. Bought this is third, bought fourth, bought fifth, bought this the sixth. Yeah. Based on the market movement. If the market movements are good, as I mentioned, right, we have levels, strategy. For every move, we have at least analysis and an opinion why it has dropped. Because the strategy is very, very detailed. It tracks multiple stocks, sectors, and indexes using that. So whenever, like here in the morning, we knew why we dropped. Now why we are bouncing, we have clear reason. We dropped. We tried to buy this in the morning. As I mentioned, right, we lost going long. The reason was it was coming into our weekly expected move upper edge. We wanted this bounce, never happened. We lost this trade. So one loser, one loss. And then why did we go long here? Because we had another reason. Nasdaq was coming into its level and it held, and this worked. So this bounce. Why are we going long? Because we have a very detailed strategy. That was our weekly level. Based on the experts, based on masters, we have setups to go long, scalp, participate in the consolidation. Depends what you want to do, what someone wants to do. The strategy has everything for scalpers, for swing traders, for buy and hold, for reversals, for range bound trading, everything. Website to buy is join button. When you click on the join button, I can share the link in the chat, or go to the channel page, click on join button. Exclamation master. Maybe I should do exclamation join. Yes, through YouTube subscription, everything. So there's the link. Join my channel to get access to all the perks, members only videos, levels, extensive preparation, market open. So when you click on that link, you get this pop-up window. There is a video here which explains my strategy at a high level for weekly, daily, and intraday. Click on the respective button to become member. Once you become member, you go to the home page. You get all the educational videos for the members, experts, and the masters. Respective category, all the education videos are marked. They are very detailed. They show what the strategy is about, how to plot those levels, how to use those levels, how to trade those levels. Everything is explained in those 10 videos. Every morning or every evening, I post my levels under the post tab. They are shared here.
Is now reporting parts of Tehran attacked by enemy on Wednesday.
All the levels are shared under the post tab, and every morning, if you become new paradigm member before the market open, you can come to the live tab. 8:30 till 10:30, 2 hours. I do extensive preparation, teaching, knowledge sharing based on today's market, not hindsight, not yesterday, not once upon a time 10 years ago I made profit. No. Today, brother, brother, talk about today. What did you do? How did you read the market? What is your opinion today? Where is your entry? What is your exit? Show me today. So everything in the YouTube, all the perks, all the good things through YouTube only. Yeah, so yeah, it has come along, and people have used it. We have tested this myself. It's my own strategy, not borrowed for anyone. Nobody to thank, not even anyone, not even my family member for their support, anything. Pure hard work. For 3 years, I have been sitting here, 8 hours on the live stream and 4-5 hours in the night, 13 to 14 hours day easily for 3 years. I have shared my levels with my members, experts since January 2024, 2025. We launched the experts. March, we launched masters. It's been in use for 1 year. And whoever becomes masters never leaves masters. Why? Because why would you leave? What is wrong with this master? You don't like this bottom here. You don't like this top here in the Nasdaq. You don't like this top in the pre-market from the masters. You don't like this. This is our new paradigm, by the way. The reason I am long is this, for this trade. It's going into our masters. And here's our trade going straight into the masters. That is our number. 30 and change. Just configure the command. If someone clicks exclamation join, they should be able to get the link now. Yeah, join this channel to get access to the perks. Yeah, let me fix the bottom. So we hit our target. That is our masters. Just showed you, right? That was our level. And perfectly hit that. That's the target achieved out of the trade. New paradigm is generally I recommend become master first, because the strategy is very detailed. So new paradigm is little premium, right? So before you can understand everything in one go, because even if you become new paradigm, you still need to understand members, experts and masters level. So generally I recommend become masters. That's why I'm not advertising in that video about new paradigm. First learn about masters. That is, up to this is our core, and this is now the extra, or what we say, very much more depth. But even up to this, you get the core of my strategy. So that's why first become masters, get access to the weekly level, experts level, members level, masters level, which is also intraday. use them for a month or two, see, you're able to trade, use this level, it makes sense to you, you are happy, you are very impressed watching those levels play out every day, every single day to the penny. It should work every day, not anecdotally, not once in a while. Oh, you know what, last week it worked but this week it didn't work for me. No, it has to work every single day, every single day. It has to give you good reaction, good profits. You should be like eager now I want more, only then you should become new paradigm. So no upfront selling. I just sell masters. It is not that expensive. $50 for entire month, you'll get all the levels each night in your inbox through post tab. Yeah, if you enable the notification, whenever I post those level in the post tab, you'll get an email also. So make sure you have enabled all the notifications once you become member. Any levels I share under the post tab will appear in your inbox. Yes, the video explains everything. Yeah, this I share the formula as well. How I calculate this member level and experts level, I share the formula in one of the videos
Fed
for
bids
members.
10-year notes total $6.9 billion.
So you can draw it yourself. This masters and new paradigm, I don't. Those are proprietary because this is not my concept. This is based on the options market. That concept is out there in the options world already. So I borrowed that from the options world, but this is my own creation and I don't share the formula or the method of calculating my masters or new paradigm. It's proprietary, but it is available. Every evening I share the level. So it's a subscription based, month to month.
CBO volatility index nears 6-week low, last down 5 points at about 20.78.
Like this is, I told you, right? This is our target masters. I am a surprise. I already knew this is going to go here. This is going to pause here. This is going to use this level. So why? If it goes up, it is going to come back to retest that area. So guys, tomorrow is the last day for Apex 90% off, Billnox 90% off. They are all going to end. Make sure you pick up the account. Open MES shop. Thanks for becoming a member. So yeah, make sure you watch all the videos, guys. Once you become the member, you watch all the educational videos. They're all numbered appropriately. Like go under the home button, or there are playlist also. You can go under the playlist. It will show you educational videos for members, experts, masters. You can watch some of our old discussion if you want, but I would say what this is this is the core. 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 and 1 2 3. As a masters, you get access to all these videos. Watch them in the sequence. You'll get an entire crux of our strategy. And every evening, as I mentioned, right, under the post tab, you'll get the levels. It tells you. I even share the charts. When you click on them, you'll see all the charts I have. Like yesterday, market rallied. It rallied because that was the expected range of the movement. Yesterday evening, right after the market close, market rallied 2-3%. Yeah, no surprise. It is already priced in. This is what we had our experts level at. Market rallied right into that level and started consolidating. As we speak right now, market is still sitting around those levels on Nasdaq and ES. I showed you, right? Still hugging our weekly expected move upper edge. Energy drop right into our weekly expected move lower edge. War news, ceasefire, drops into the lower edge, bounces. Tesla this week drop right into the lower edge of the expected move and bounce right off it into the midpoint and now coming back down. Same goes for the Apple. Apple was weak initially, dropped straight into the weekly low, came right back up. So everything is based on measured movements or the bets which are placed in the market. Market functions based on those algorithms, hedging themselves, based on what they are winning, what they are losing in terms of those levels. I mean, indicators, trend lines and all, they are fine. But why it will go there, why it will consolidate at that number, it's based on the bets. based on the order flow, based on the liquidity. And the good thing is my strategy has everything: the projections, where are the bets. So basically these are the bets, right? Where are the bets in the future 1 week, in the future 1 day, and where is the order flow, which is the past, where market has turned around, where the institution has stepped in, where the institution has bought, where the institution has sold. So a strategy incorporates both past as well as future. What is that? Okay, last two songs, guys. Then we'll go back to our old playlist. Enough for today. Japanese music, 2 hours. Let's do the finale. Dragonfire.
So a reminder, in about 10 minutes time, White House Press Secretary Levitt is due to speak. The video is on the feed for you to watch. Also a reminder, we get the US 10-year note auction data. The prior high yield of 4.217%, prior bid cover of 2.45. US is looking to sell $39 billion in 10-year notes reopening. So it's looking at some research then before this 10-year note auction. BMO Capital says, all else being equal, we would expect that the recent stability in duration should lead to buying interest as investors use the auction to take advantage of higher yields. Also, latest CFTC positioning data shows speculators were net short 167k ultra 10-year note futures and net short 784k 10-year note futures, potential sources of covering demand for the auction.
Levels are shared under the post tab, as I mentioned, right? watch those videos. It is explained everything in those educational videos. It is explained everything. So on the channel page, under the post tab, first of all, if you watch all the educational video, number 1 video, it will explain everything, how to, where the levels are shared, but they are shared under the post tab, and how to plot them, how to read them, everything is explained in those educational videos. You can see, right, resting at 135 area and back and forth, sometimes above it, sometimes below it. If we clear 135, we go in straight 180 on the upside. Not looking to short this market right now.
Five minutes ago, we're expecting comments from White House Press Secretary Levitt, videos on the feed, and the 10-year note auction prior high yield of full spot 2.17% and bid cover prior was 2.45. In 10 minutes' time, we're expected to hear from Fed Staley. He's due to make keynote remarks. So Fed Staley gives keynote remarks and speaks on the economy and monetary policy at the St. George Area Chamber of Commerce. Text and Q&A are expected with a moderator.
Yeah, let's see top of the hour in 3 minutes if it changes anything. Right now, very strong. I would not short this. There is no reason to short. Markets are doing good today. Netanyahu speaks at 1. So maybe he says something. Yeah, Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu speaks at 1:15. Trump interview at 2. FOMC meeting minutes at 2 p.m. Yeah, then things could change in the market. So let's wait for these events. Overbought range, yeah. Today it can stay overbought. Today shorts are on the hook, so the things can stay overbought throughout the day. You keep hearing in your head, don't short these guys. I mean, market is up 3%. Yeah, I mean, it can drop. I mean, there
One
is.
minute to go now till we get the one issued for the 10-year, and shortly expected to hear from White House Press Secretary Levin. She's usually late, but the video's on the feed.
Yeah, so a lot of speakers here, right? White House Press Secretary, Netanyahu, Trump. So somebody is going to say something which is going to spook the markets. So, yeah.
Ten seconds. Four spot 28%. 4.28% for the one issued. Fed's daily does not address economy and monetary policy outlook in prepared remarks before delivering Utah. So Fed study was scheduled at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, but just comments coming through now that Fed study does not address the economy or monetary policy outlook in prepared remarks for delivery in Utah. But a moderated Q&A is expected.
Okay, guys. Let's see what happens at top of the hour. Let me bring my food back in 2 minutes.
So shortly expecting the rest of the data now for the 10-year note auction. Ten-year auction coming through with a draw of 4.282%, so high yield of 4.282%. So the US sells $39 billion in 10-year notes, awards 38.89% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 10.8%, direct 23.88%, and indirect 65.32%. That's a tail of 0.2 base points. Fed's Daily now speaking at the event. Remember, it's a moderated Q&A, and she didn't mention anything about the economy and monetary policy in her speech. Israel Transport Ministry says following the ceasefire, Ben Gurion Airport near Tel Aviv is going to resume full operations at midnight. So a reminder, in about less than 10 minutes time, Israel's PM Netanyahu is due to speak. We'll pop out the video on the feed for you to watch. So we're unsure if he's going to speak in English or if there is an English translation. Just an update, that video has now been pushed back to 12:45. Excuse me, no. Apologies. 1:50 p.m. Eastern Time, Netanyahu speaking. Not sure if the video is translated to English, but it's there on the feed for you.
Yes, I'm back. And so is market for that 135 number I showed you. I'll be on mute for next few minutes while I finish my lunch. I might still buy the dip here. I would like to see a pullback to around 110. You're getting one now, 117 already. Before hopping into a long, might not get it. You're getting it first from the funded apex. Okay. Well, good luck. So just be aware there is some news events lined up. There's a FOMC meeting minutes at 2 p.m. Trump
Netanyahu,
interview.
currently speaking now, says our achievements in Iran were phenomenal.
Right now, Netanyahu is speaking to this lot of headlines.
The video
risk.
isn't translated.
Be careful buying this long.
Netanyahu says that Israel made huge gains in the war. Netanyahu says we have remaining objectives in Iran and we will accomplish them. Iran's Mayor News says air defense is activated in Iranian cities including Isfahan and Kerman, and explosions heard in Isfahan. Once again, Iran's Mayor News saying air defense is activated in Iran in Iranian cities including Isfahan and Kerman, and explosions heard in Isfahan. Iran's Mayor News Agency says, Netanyahu says, this was a station en route to achieving aims. So this isn't the war's end. This was a station en route to achieving aims. Netanyahu says ceasefire agreement was made in full cooperation with Israel, and Israel was not notified in the last minute. According to a report, prop US budget support credit improvement. So again, prop US budget supports credit improvement according to a report. Netanyahu says we have set the regime in Iran back many years. Netanyahu in Iran says we're ready to return to fighting at any time. Netanyahu says we destroyed a major nuclear infrastructure in Iran.
Just staying neutral here, as there's a headline risk here, or
Netanyahu says we will expel the remnants of the regime from Iran by force or otherwise. So yeah, Netanyahu says all highly enriched uranium will be removed from Iran. Netanyahu says we killed Iranian nuclear scientists. Netanyahu says that we insisted ceasefire deal would not include Hezbollah. Netanyahu on the ceasefire with Iran says this is a step on the path. This is a step on the path to achieving our goals. Iran's Foreign Minister Araghchi says the Iran-US ceasefire terms are clear and explicit. The US must choose ceasefire or continued war via Israel. It can't have both. It's Iran's Foreign Minister Araghchi speaking. Netanyahu says the ceasefire is not the end. We have more goals to achieve by agreement or renewing the fighting. So heads up, White House Press Secretary Levitt is now speaking live. The video is on the feed. Iran's Foreign Minister Araghchi on Israeli strikes in Lebanon says the ball is in the US's court and the world is watching whether it will act on its commitments. Levitt says 2-week ceasefire is a victory for the US. Levitt says the US has achieved and exceeded core military objectives. French budget minister says that we're sticking to 5% 2026 deficit goal.
So I'm not looking to go long here, guys, anymore. You can see, right? The structure or whatever by the dip pattern is broken. Some news and the headlines going on in the background. This is first coming into VWAP. Just want to see if VWAP gets broken, then we'll have to start shorting this one. RC Courier, you're already short. Dump it. Dumping.
So reminder, just keep an eye on the markets. S&P 500 just a tiny bit of movement towards the downside. Not a whole lot. Did see a tiny bit of movement towards the upside. Just off of the back of the headlines from Israel's PM Netanyahu, he said all highly enriched uranium will be removed from Iran. Levitt says Iran's air forces are irrelevant at this point. Levitt adds that on Iran that Iran can no longer distribute weapons to its proxies in the region. That concludes comments from Israel's PM Netanyahu.
Yeah, right now it is trending down, LCE. So yes, the probability is high. But waiting for Nasdaq structure to be broken. Nasdaq structure is not yet broken. You can see, right? Still working against this high or low. If we break this low, then yes, ES can have its masters. Someone mentioned gold. Yeah, that was a nice reactionary bounce from our masters on gold.
Fed's Daily says, so far consumers are still spending and businesses are still investing. So now this is a Q&A session with Fed's Daily. Remember, the video is on the feed above White House Press Secretary Levitt's video. White House's Levitt says Iran asked for and ultimately agreed to a ceasefire proposal. So again, Iran has agreed to open the Strait of Hormuz. Fed's Daily says underlying US economic fundamentals are in a good place. Levitt says that the US got a workable basis proposal from Iran. Fed's Daily says, question is how long oil will stay elevated? It's too early to know. Levitt says Iranians' original plan was unacceptable and discarded. Levitt says Iran then proposed a more reasonable condensed plan. Levitt says Trump's red lines have not changed. Fed's Daily says the US economy has been remarkably resilient. Also says it's too early to know the economic consequences of the Iran war. Fed's Daily says it's important that the Fed doesn't move around as much as news or markets do. Levitt says the imminent threat from Iran has been greatly destroyed. Fed's Daily says no one likes uncertainty or volatility. Levitt says we have seen an uptick in traffic in the Hormuz today. and adds that Trump expects it to be open. Levitt says Trump's tough rhetoric led to deal with Iran. So Netanyahu did say that Israel is prepared to resume war in Iran, and our fingers on the trigger. Levitt says that Trump cares about results over rhetoric. Levitt says that on Strait of Hormuz that Trump will hold Iran accountable for it to remain open. Levitt, just reiterating what's been said before, but says that Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire. Levitt adds that Trump is dispatching a team led by Vance for talks to Pakistan. US and Iran hold talks in Pakistan on Saturday. So a reminder, there were headlines before and from Trump himself saying that Vance may be attending, but again there were some security concerns. So Levitt now saying that Trump is dispatching a team led by Vance for discussions to Pakistan, and they will hold talks with Iran on Saturday. That would be Vance, Witkoff, Kushner. Levitt asked on Trump's rhetoric, talking about attacking civilizations and his Trump Truth Social. Levitt says, look at Trump's actions. Levitt says that Trump has a moral high ground over Iran
Mm.
and confirms that Netanyahu and Trump spoke last night.
Just are they trying to do a big move here? Let's keep break even stop loss just in case. The first pop up looks like we will be fine.
Levitt says VP Vance played significant and key role in Iran since the beginning. Levitt also adds that conversations took place between the US and China. Levitt adds there were also talks between the top levels of government and China. And Trump looks forward to visiting China in a few weeks. Levitt says Strait of Hormuz revenue idea Trump floated, and that will be discussed. So Trump has floated collecting revenues from the Strait of Hormuz.
Thanks, Robert. Yeah, so let's see. Starting to rotate back up.
Levitt says Iran has given indication they would turn over enriched uranium. Levitt says the US hopes to get Iran's uranium through diplomacy. Levitt says that we want to see ceasefire abided by all parties quickly.
So strength in some of the sectors, S&P 500, it is starting to make a move. So ES trying to lead this back up right now. And we always have some doubt whenever ES is trying to lead something. In the morning we lost one long because ES
Levitt
was
says
trying
that
to
Trump
show
made a very strong threat against Iran.
it has a level it would try to bounce from it. Failed. Let's get one full size in, one E-mini in. now.
Levitt says there's no change on nuclear war policy. Levitt says NATO was tested and they failed. Levitt says Trump is going to have candid discussion with NATO's run. Reminder, they're supposed to be meeting at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Levitt says it's sad that NATO turned their backs on the US. Fed Staley says there's never a huge directional shift with a new Fed chair. White House Press Secretary Levitt says that I do not have says we have not definitively accepted Iran collecting tolls. Again, Levitt says we have not definitively accepted Iran collecting tolls in the Strait of Hormuz. White House Press Secretary Levitt on Strait of Hormuz says joint venture is something Trump proposed. Levitt also adds that the US wants no limitation at Hormuz, including tolls. 10 minutes away now from the top of the hour, so Trump is supposed to be having an interview. It's closed press. I'm not sure who it's with, but we'll find out when we do get stuff from him. And we get the FOMC meeting minutes as well at the top of the hour. White House Press Secretary Leavitt, when asked about Cuba, says Cuban regime is bound to fall. Leavitt says discussions with Cuba continue to happen. Iran's IRNA says air defense was activated in Tehran and some areas of Al-Borz province on Wednesday to target drones, whose source is still unknown. Leavitt says the US will ensure military is always at the ready. Leavitt says NATO withdrawal will be discussed by Trump with Rudd. That concludes comments from White House Press Secretary Leavitt. Israel's military spokesperson says the area south of the Litany is disconnected from Lebanon. Five minutes ago, we're expecting the FOMC meeting minutes and Trump, who's supposed to be having an interview. It's just a reminder, US exit from NATO is contingent on congressional approval. Just some kind of the final tidbits that came from Leavitt then. Again, Leavitt says US exit from NATO is contingent on congressional approval. Fed's Daily says the markets don't think the administration will be able to add pressure on the Fed. Inflation expectations in the long term are anchored.
Guys, top of the hour FOMC meeting minutes. Many things will happen. If somebody wants to stay neutral, this is a good opportunity for them.
According to a spokesperson, Vance is returning to Washington on Wednesday from Budapest.
Because algorithms, they can react either direction. They don't care. All they care is the liquidity. If there is a liquidity, they will run for it.
One minute ago now to get the FOMC meeting minutes. Also, surely expecting some form of comments from Trump's interview. Again, it's not clear who he's being interviewed by, but we'll see. As a reminder, it is closed press. Ten seconds. Fed says many said inflation higher for longer could call for hikes. Some saw strong case for two-sided language on rate path. Most said protracted war could hit jobs and warrant cuts. As Fed minutes say, vast majority of participants saw upside risks to inflation and downside risks to employment as elevated. Majority of participants saw risks had increased with Middle East developments. Most participants were concerned a protracted conflict could lead to further labor market softening, which could warrant additional rate cuts. Many participants saw risk of inflation remaining elevated for longer than expected amid persistent oil price increase, which could call for rate hikes. Vast majority of participants noted progress toward 2% inflation target could be slower than expected and saw higher risk of inflation running persistently above target. Staff Economic Outlook projected economic activity not as strong as outlook for January meeting. And Fed staff had built in only a small effect on economic activity from lower stock prices, higher crude prices arising from the conflict. Fed minutes say a couple of participants pushed their assessments for timing of rate cuts further into the future, and many participants judged it will likely become appropriate to lower rates if inflation were to decline in line with expectations. Also from the minutes says that nearly all participants supported no rate cut at the March meeting. Also, Fed minutes show that most participants said it was too early to know how Middle East developments would affect U.S. economy. Also, minutes say vast majority of participants viewed upside risks to inflation and downside risks to employment as elevated. So just keep an eye on the markets here. Spot gold holds gains after US Fed minutes, last up about 0.7%. Also, finally, then, Fed minutes say vast majority of participants noted progress toward 2% inflation target might be slower than expected and saw a higher risk of inflation running persistently above target. We have posted out the FOMC meeting minutes on the feed for you to read through. So all in all, no reaction from the markets.
So they are starting to squeeze shorts a little bit.
According to the Politico, Felon is front-runner for top Trump economic advisor.
So ES is leading this move. It was the one which was leading the breakout on the upside. Sector strength. Mm-hmm. Sector strength, ES strong. So ES is strong, guys. ES is leading this. ES is not backing off as of now, but it will back off. I know that. When you got to be patient.
So it looks like the Iranians have, or from Iran's parliamentary speaker Galibaf, just reposting a statement on the violations of three key clauses of the 10-point proposal.
Told you,
So
stay
it just notes
little
the
patient.
non-compliance of the proposal regarding ceasefire in Lebanon.
We have our strategy levels.
The entry of an intruding drone into Iran's airspace.
Target filled.
And denial of Iran's right to enrichment. So just keeping an eye on the S&P 500. Seeing some movement towards the downside. Dollar seeing a little bit of movement towards the upside. No other headlines coming through, but just a commentary from Galibaf posting up the statement of violation of three key clauses. So Galibaf says, in such situation, bilateral ceasefire or negotiations is unreasonable. So again, Parliamentary Speaker Galibaf says bilateral ceasefire negotiations is unreasonable. So again, as said, so from Galibaf, did see movement towards the upside on the dollar and some downside on the S&P 500 after he puts a statement out saying bilateral ceasefire negotiations is unreasonable.
These news are craps. Like, I mean, not the news guy, but the people who are giving those headlines, like, senseless, all these things. Don't go long now, guys. Serious concerns right now. With this sell, a lot of volume went through this sell candle. What happened with your gold? Weren't you short on gold? Yeah, gold dump, right? Gold also puked. Did you get that shot, Richard? Well done. It was from our masters, right? Masters level rejection. So this is the shot which Richard was eyeing. He even tried to highlight to other members what the levels on the gold. We got a good bounce here from our masters once. We had first of all missed it here. That's the reason why it could have come back for that level. It was not a clean bottom. We got above masters, bounce, came back, bounce, dead cat bounce, break. This was the signal. That's where he said short on gold with tight stop loss, and that's the puke into that next level. Well done. So yes guys, I share the level not only in Nasdaq but also in ES, Dow Jones, Russell, gold. So whatever product you could be trading, the same levels which I create for Nasdaq, that is my members level, weekly level, experts level, daily level, intraday level, masters, and extensive levels. 5 more new paradigm level. This is 4 plus 5 new paradigm level. They all are created for all the products. Crude oil we recently ditched because it was too much of work for me. Every month there is a rollover in crude oil. Not possible to, I was running out of time. Until midnight was not enough to create this many levels for crude oil. We dropped, but other than that we still give all the levels for Nasdaq, ES, Dow, Russell, gold. And if you are a new paradigm member, you also get SPY and QQQ for playing options. It's same guys. The strategy works across the board, whether you are in futures, options, stocks.
Seeing oil pairing losses as Iran official Ghalibaf says ceasefire was violated. And Treasury rally fades further. 2-year yields are raising decline.
Mhm. What are your thoughts on NQ in general? I mean, this it is ready to explode, right, towards the upside. But these guys are like manipulating it heavily, right? So Iran obviously is trying to extend this. US does not want to extend. And when both they try to do something to bring closure to this war, Israel does something. So it will take time for all the three parties to be happy. Remember, like, two people can compromise. How
WTI
three
crude May
people will
futures settle at
compromise?
$94.41 a barrel, down $18.54 or 16.41%. NYMEX natural gas futures settle for May futures settle at around $2.72. Diesel May futures settle at around $3.08 a gallon, and gasoline May futures settle at around $3 a gallon.
So yeah, this could get dragged another month. Trump will have to wrap this up before your midterm elections, right? He cannot extend this further. Because at the end again, it will be same like situation after few weeks. So better they settle it now. Nasdaq will go back up. From this push, no, but in this push, I think you were there in the morning. We were discussing, right? Russell is the one which might make all-time high from this recovery. It is the one which is not having many hurdles to clear, right? It just has this one hurdle and second hurdle. In fact, if it takes out this, in that session itself it can tag the all-time highs. So Russell is the prime candidate, which could, it just need this much of delta, right? So Russell is the likely candidate for all-time high. It just needs this push, one push, and it can be in the all-time high. Obviously, if it is above, it is going to get sucked into all-time high very quickly. Nasdaq, no. Nasdaq is the second recovery, fastest recovery after Russell. It has many hurdles to clear. So yeah, you're right. I mean, on this news cycle, no. It will require some more positive news cycle, like here. Discussion between Iran and US are happening. Then they require some second level of again, confirmation. Iran US are still going well, even maybe Israel also participating. Then it will go to all time high. It requires many positive news back to back for Nasdaq to make all time high. Yeah, I think on this push, right, on this news cycle which we are dealing with, Russell might end up getting a new all time high. It did not drop much. A main reason is it did not drop as bad as others. You can see, right, could not even take out these lows. It has a strong double bottom and bounce. Others are broken bit more. Dow or ES, you can see, right, they were broken more. But Russell is in a good shape. It can go for all time highs. Tariff lows being hit, anything can happen. I mean, we had one person who was seeing S&P go down 50% last year. It went down 20%. Anything can happen. Depends, right? That's the thing. These guys are like, they are very nasty. The news and the manipulators in the market, they hold on to their bad news. So they release their bad news during the vulnerable time, with the liquidity and create the panic. And when the market is grinding, they will release all the positive news back to back. I mean, there must be gap before pandemic, before previous Trump administration, during Biden and during Obama also. So I mean, depends. D- there has to be some fundamentals also associated with it. So yeah, manipulation can bring the market down. Depends who manipulates and how much they manipulate. I'm sure there will be gaps for pandemics also, right? There could be gap for during Biden and Obama administration also. Depends. It's all behavior. It's chart is the representation of people's behavior. People's behavior is based on their reactions to the news or whatever, like events, right? Jobs, FOMC, Fed policies. It's people who are in control, right? Fed, administration, in this case mostly administration in the war. They do, how they handle situation depends on them.
According to Tehran Times, foreign ministers of Iran and Saudi Arabia held a phone call and talked about the latest developments in the region.
Yeah, don't go long, guys. Not looking good here. Market is not looking good. So we shorted market here. I told you, right? ES was leading that rally. We had reasons to short ES. We had levels which confirmed the short. Both by QQQ, which are also related, right? Their order flow also matters to the market. We had rejection from our masters in the Qs, rejection from the masters in the SPY. There are targets on the downside we are looking for. SPY immediate target here, you can see, right? QQQ reaching the next target, our weekly expected move upper edge. Especially it was since early afternoon I was looking for that short. Don't go long right now. No, you'll be fine. Long term view, all those. It's the tacticality of the news here. They are like, I mean, overall we are still up. Not that we are going to go negative. It's still up 2.7% Nasdaq, but each one red candle here in the future hurts you. It is that dangerous. This big product now. Some of these, 2 red candles and you could be in the deep red already. You have to be very careful trading the Nasdaq futures, especially micros. Also, you have to be very cautious. You cannot size up and go heavy.
It's posted the news then that Iran's parliament speaker Ghalibaf said the bilateral ceasefire negotiations is unreasonable, seeing continued movement towards the downside on the S&P 500 and continued movement towards the upside on the DXY.
Yeah, no longs for me right now. Again, it can bounce anything and happen. The structure is still, I don't know, like you can see, right? Structure is still positive, a nice bounce or bounce here, pull back, may not break this low. But I got to leave at 315. That's why I'm thinking, like, if I take a trade, I will not have time to wait here. If I get stuck in a long here and it pushes all the way into this low, I mean, it's going to end bad for that long. And especially the amount of, there was a decent volume which went in this sell. I don't want to go against that volume. Very less likelihood here. Although we have a level coming up here which can bounce 20 area, 18 specifically. But the amount of volume which has gone through here, it scares me to go long, counter trade that volume. No. Hit the like button, guys. We have done a good trading so far. Levels have worked perfectly today. Even this drop was Nasdaq rotating back to its weekly expected move upper edge. I tried to show you a couple of times. There is a room. Again, we are rotating back to that node we have here. Weekly expected move upper edge again reached. same trade which we had in the morning. And as I mentioned, it can bounce from here. It can create a higher low. Not for me. A little bit of extra information knowledge I have, I would not go long. NQ probably they want to close below 25k on Friday through both longs and short and within expected move this week. And that's the 68% probability that we tag and close inside one standard deviation. That is 68% probability for our strategy, that either we tag upper or the lower edge and finish inside this one standard deviation. That is 68% probability historically. Look at Microsoft rotating back to the midpoint on that flush. Apple still has room on the downside to go back to the midpoint. Apple, by the way, already tagged the lower edge this week and went back up. Nvidia perfectly rejecting the upper edge and backing off. Google, it's in the 2 deviation mode. Breached 1 deviation, went into the 2 deviation. Now, throughout the day, use that as a top. Tomorrow, if we sell off, we'll rotate back to the 1 deviation. Amazon rotating back to the upper edge. Meta could rotate back to the upper edge one more time. Tesla bounced from the lower edge into the midpoint. Again rotating back to the lower edge. Broadcom sitting right at the 2 deviation move this week. So yeah, there are big movers, but at the same time there are candidates which are ready to back off now. Unless there is more positive news tonight, tomorrow from this discussion they are doing. I think Trump is done with this war. He has already mentioned so many times. He's somehow wants to have some kind of an agreement and get this over. And to be honest, that he is the only person which matters. Netanyahu and all. He can fight Gaza and Lebanon. He has been doing that for years now. This thing all escalated because of US. It was involved, and US is the only one which matters here for this discussion also. I don't know why he got involved because of Netanyahu's influence. Bro, let's go. Let's do war, bro. I think Trump wanted something like Venezuela, right? First,
Iran says further details are going to be released later on Saudi call that Iran's foreign minister actually had.
Quick operations and be out, like he did in Venezuela. This is like I don't think he likes this part. Not looking good, guys. Don't go long. I have already warned you, especially my members. Don't try to go by that upper edge. I don't see it holding right now.
Brent crude futures settle at $94.75 a barrel, down $14.52 or 13.29%.
Russell selling off more. So Russell might make a new US session low now, coming down sharply. Bounce point. It is a bounce point, guys. Be careful. For ES, Nasdaq, I don't know, might make a new low. Generally, when there is a confusion, you trust Nasdaq more than ES. Like here, right? I had a confusion. ES was leading, Nasdaq was not. Nasdaq still had a potential for rollover. Trusted Nasdaq. In the morning, we trusted ES here for that bounce. ES on this pullback, ES had its weekly expected move upper edge getting tested. It puked. On this flush here, Nasdaq was testing its weekly expected move upper edge and it bounced. So I would always trust Nasdaq more than ES. ES has a big order flow and it can take really long for that, setup to play out. Told you, don't go long. It's not looking good. It didn't look good on this sell itself. Not looking good. Top of the hour also coming up in next 4 minutes.
the Nasdaq 100 pairs gains to 2.4% from earlier highs of 3.5%. EIA says in their annual energy outlook report says US crude oil production to remain relatively stable and decrease slightly by 2050. US crude production estimated to be between 12.4 million barrels per day and 12.7 million barrels per day by 2050 versus 13.6 million barrels per day in 2025.
So top of the hour, guys.
Total US consumption of petroleum and other liquids to fall by 11 to 23% in 2050 versus 2025, and mainly due to increased use of electric vehicles. The EIA estimates Brent crude prices below $70 per barrel through 2030, above $75 in late 2030s.
So the small dead cat bounce you're seeing is more to do with top of the hour. I don't think it's any major reversal or anything like that. Could be a double bottom for some people. I know. 926. Yeah, this is still coming down for a new low. 915 is our next number actually.
Iran Ports and Maritime Organization designates alternative safe routes through the Strait of Hormuz due possibility of mines in some parts of the strait, according to SNN. According to SNN, Iran Ports and Maritime Organization say passage through the Strait of Hormuz must be done in coordination with Iran's Revolutionary Guards.
So let's see. Nice dead cat bounce here. Hope it flushes and makes a new low. So every Wednesday when I have to go drop my daughter, I have a trade which takes longer to execute. Brings us all the way into the session close. Looks like we have one more candidate for Wednesday afternoon now. I think it's 4 weeks in a row now. I have a trade which, like after this kind of a sell momentum, should not have taken long, right? To give another small flush. But just goes against you, top of the hour, stuck in a trade, and it brings you all the way into the session close. This is that trade in the making right now. This should not have been that difficult to, rotate down. Come on, man, bring it home. exactly at your average I bounce. No. I'm not that silly. This is coming down. No, I have very bad luck. The moment I go long, trade goes against me. The moment I go short, the trade goes against me. Hey, it's okay, man. There's one part where you trade only because of the PNL, only because of the emotions, only because of, you feel something. And there's part which is like, at least we have, like I showed you, right? The previous shot also, we had a proper reason to go short. We had levels reason. This is also like proper reasoning to stay short here. The range is huge. Nasdaq still up like 600 points. The candles are going to be big. You can never time the candle top or candle bottom. Yeah, be able to come down more. Get a new low basically. That is what the bet is. Nasdaq will make a new low. Don't have time on my hand. I'll still leave a stream on because there will be news in the background. But it'll take me 20 minutes to get back home. Yeah, the news is on. So if there is any breaking news, you'll know. And if you want me to keep one runner, I might be able to do that for you. You want me to keep you will keep shorting it, Darlock. Drados, you're also on the short. Okay, I'll try to keep one runner. To be honest, I was just looking for a new low because I had to leave, as I mentioned. So 11, right? 3, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 10 I'll take out. 1 I'll leave with the like break even stop. First, get out of this trade. You're not fully profitably out on this trade. Hey, it will happen, man. Have patience.
So a reminder, at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, Trump is due to meet NATO's Rutte. We'll look for a live video, see if we can put it on the feed for you guys.
ES has a level which will try to bounce. That is the problem for us. But if ES broken that level, it's okay. Should be good now. Why still trying to bounce? Q does not have anything to bounce. Nasdaq does not have anything to bounce. Pi is the only reason, which is why we are still trying to hang here, not make a new low. Pi has a new paradigm level there. Of course, big round number here on ES 6,800, but I think we'll flush 600. 6,800 will be flushed. My daughter is already calling me. Come on, give me some profit for my efforts. There you go. There you go. I'll leave one runner, guys. I don't have time to put a message on the display, but you know me. I'll be back in 20 minutes. Hold the market down. Darlock, can I trust you? Drados 101. Will you keep the market down? Okay, so the news is on for you guys. Music is on. Trade is on. Amazon. Bad joke. Pathetic joke. Doesn't even rhyme. Trade on music on Amazon. I have to say it in that sequence. Trade on music on Amazon. Just watch oil, nothing else. Okay, fair enough. This market is mostly driven by oil these days, and it is going up. $96 per barrel.
Iran's SNN say an oil tanker that tried to pass through the Strait of Hormuz was returned back to Gulf waters. Microsoft shares turn negative.
$650. Okay, I think I'll leave this couple of contracts on so that you can watch it for me and feel little entertained. Okay. I'll take a loss in case it pops up. Okay, and cracks above you up. I'll take a loss. Although I can technically close it now, or you know what? Just to be fair to you and fair to be me, we can always reduce the size, right? So what I'll do is I'll reduce the size so that now there is not much risk.
I'm expecting comments from Trump, who's meeting NATO's route. Currently, we can't find a live video, but we'll keep looking.
Okay, so watch this trade for me. I'll be back in 20 minutes. Bye.
Coming in from Iran's Mazan news agency saying today's attack on the refinery on the island of Lavan in the Persian Gulf was carried out by the United Arab Emirates Mirage jets. According to Bahraini state news agency, Bahrain stresses the necessity of lasting solution to ensure Iran does not possess a nuclear weapon and halt development and proliferation of ballistic missiles and drones. Ballistic missiles and drones. So we're surely expecting comments from Trump, who's meeting NATO's chief Mark Rutte after a ceasefire was agreed between US and Iran. We have found a video, we have put it on the feed for those interested. Vice President Vance says Iranians are promising to open the Strait of Hormuz. Vance says Iranians thought ceasefire included Lebanon and it just didn't. Vance says Israelis have offered to check themselves in Lebanon, saying that there's been talks between Israel and US today, and Israelis are trying to set us up for success in negotiations on Iran. Vance says they're seeing signs that the strait is starting to reopen. Vance says Iranians have to take the next step or Trump has options to go back to war. Vance says the more Iran wants to give to the US, the more Iran will get out the negotiations. Iran's press TV says the Strait of Hormuz has been fully closed, forcing all oil tankers to turn back. So again, Iran's press TV says Strait of Hormuz has been fully closed, forcing oil tankers to turn back. Vance and Iran says fundamentally we're in a good spot. Iranians should come to the table seriously. Vance says if they break bargain, they're going to see serious consequences. Vance says no sanctions relief if Iran develops nuclear weapon. Vance says Iran's Foreign Minister Ghalibaf's tweet was interesting. So Vance said Iran's parliamentary speaker Ghalibaf's tweet was interesting. Vance says, I wonder how good Ghalibaf is at understanding English. Vance says no ceasefire ever goes without a little choppiness. Vance says we want to stop the bombing, but it'll take time. Vance says US position on Iran enrichment has not changed. And Vance says Lebanon is a reasonable misunderstanding. And Vance clarifying that the US and Israel didn't say Lebanon was a part of the ceasefire. And that concludes remarks from US Vice President Vance. One minute remaining for the market on close imbalance. Ten seconds. Market on close imbalance. S&P 500 buy side 2.2 billion, Nasdaq 100 buy side 1.3 billion, Dow 30 buy side 757 million, Mag 7 buy side 474 million.
So did not come down, right? Interesting. Well, we can still get a rejection here. Yeah, I would add. So how are the imbalances? Assuming buy side. Oh, 2.2 billion buy side and 1.2 billion buy side on the Nasdaq. I see. Anyway, let's see. We have VWAP. We'll take a stop. It's okay. But yeah, nice sell momentum was there. Looks like the trap and now starting to squeeze, especially after this pullback. Lots of buying going on, and ES is the one which is again getting stronger and leading this rally. It's ES and its sector which are rallying like crazy right now. Anyway, I don't plan to add more. Generally in this kind of situation they don't give you the exit, because one side which is hurting, they continue to push. They know they will have to liquidate, they will have to cover their position. So let's take a stop here as the 80 gets taken out. Just in case there is a rejection, I might jump back into that short. Sometimes when I get wicked out, I do get. Yeah, this is generally what they do. They see which side is trapped, they try to hurt that side more. They were selling like crazy, all of a sudden they are going crazy to buy this. No, it is just the short squeeze. Once the shorts are squeezed, they are stopped out. it will come down. It will come down and might even finish at our weekly expected move. Upper edge, which is 25,1875. Okay, 4 o'clock. Alright guys, so let's call it a day here. Yeah, that last trade was just a fun trade, didn't end well. 600 loss, but it's okay. Overall, still a good day. Yeah, once 4 p.m. is done, maybe they will come down, because now you get the whatever, like, liquidation done. People, cash market is closed. Now they can come down all the way into our weekly upper edge, 25,1875. At least 55 it will happen. 55 it might try to get. Okay, there's the 80. This is the flush for the 80. If 80 gets taken out, so that's the 80 flush. Next one is the VWAP. Once the VWAP is done, this is coming for the VWAP now. Once VWAP is done, the next target we have is 55.50. And let's see what they do as they come into the VWAP. Okay, here it is coming for the VWAP. VWAP, 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 VWAP. Are you a day trader? Yes. I'm a full-time day trader. Left my 9 to 5 job 3 years ago. Okay, here's our VWAP, guys.
Journal, Trump administration may punish some NATO nations for lack of support on Iran. Wall Street Journal citing sources. Proposal involves moving US troops from nations
VWAP.
deemed unhelpful on Iran, and troops were moved to nations more supportive of US campaign against Iran, again according to sources. So again, Trump weighs punishing certain NATO nations, according to Wall Street Journal citing the sources.
Okay, next target we have is
According to IRIB,
55.50.
which is Iran's national broadcasting TV, Iran says they're standing with the Lebanon's Hezbollah with all might.
Okay, next target hitting
And Iran's
55.50.
TV IRIB cites
Wednesday
Supreme
high
Leader,
too.
military advisor Rezai says, who says that we will punish Israel for attacks on Hezbollah.
It's retesting VWAP, that is fine. VWAP broken, retesting VWAP from below now. Broken VWAP, retest, reject. We hit our next target 55.50. $55.50 gets taken out. Next target is 26.25. Come on, come on. Come on. Again going back to VWAP. Reject VWAP, reject, reject. ES also has room. ES can come down. ES has room. Come down. Come on, go down. Yeah, go down already, right? Now the volume is not there, right? The cash market is close. It might stall around VWAP. That's what it is doing right now. We need one more flush. If you break that VWAP, then you got another 40 pointer. ES has,
They have posted
then
out the article on the feed for you to read through from the Wall
then
Street
why are
Journal.
we still short? Because
Yeah,
ES
Trump-
has room. ES has
Trump
3.5 point
was
room.
punishing NATO nations over Iran support.
ES has good 3 points. It can come down. ES 3 point means Nasdaq will at least have 20 points or so. Right now trying to hold VWAP. 716. Yeah, 718, 719 is our number. Oh, excuse me. So I might still leave this short. I mean, with that stop loss I have, because this electronic activity can continue for some more time. I don't mind hanging around a little bit more. But yeah, guys, if you are leaving me, I can totally understand. It's a long day. Have a nice evening. Take care. And I'll see you back tomorrow morning. But people who are going to hang around, I don't mind sitting, watching this for a few more minutes.
Further from Wall Street Journal, the US may close at least one base, possibly in Spain or Germany.
VWAP is there in between. That is the problem. VWAP is a big average, moving average. There's a lot of volume. Always, many hands exchange, buy and sell at VWAP. But here we are again rejecting VWAP. We just need that first exit. Once we get that first one filled, that 55.50 and broken, then we open a quick downside. Okay, here we are coming for 55.50. Come on, take it out, take it out, take it out. Yes, broken. VWAP is broken. Come on, go for the next one. 26.50. SBIGs, have a nice evening. Take care. Thanks. Bye bye. heading in the right direction. It's just that the volume is lighter now as the market is closed. Any levels like VWAP we had in between, now we have that 55 number. As I mentioned, that was one of our target. It will take time for those level to clear. Direction wise, we are good. We are in the right direction. It's coming down, but it might take good time before it finally does that flush.
Voice news disconnected. To 55 broken. Come on, let's get it done, guys. High probability, guys. We come to that 18 or 19 number we have there. Very high probability. 20 can happen. Just that we are lacking volume right now. There's not volume now left. It's mostly electronic. Our trading now after the market close, cash market close, the volume is very low. That's why we could be stuck and we could stall. And especially if we get a candle above VWAP, then I think it's okay to stop this trade, because then it will waste another 30 minutes. Probably open right at that number at 6 p.m. later. Even I will take a stop as it crosses VWAP. Don't want to be stuck for another 20 minutes now. Yeah, I'll take my profit here. Thanks, guys. It's okay. $200. We can always recover that tomorrow. First trade. Thank you so much for your time. Take care. Have a nice evening. I'll see you back tomorrow morning. Bye.